Competition Plus is your go-to source for the latest in drag racing news. For over 20 years, CompetitionPlus.com has provided news you can trust, thoroughly researched and delivered as quick and fast as it can be uploaded. Whether it's Nitro or stock, drag radial or pro modified, our writers are trained to bring you the inside story time and time again. We have it all from in-depth news articles to the latest in high-performance products to the scuttlebutt making its way around the pits. Original video content from the stars in drag racing also makes CompetitionPlus.com the ultimate one-stop shop for die-hard drag racing fans. Don't make CompetitionPlus.com your only stop on the information superhighway. Make it your first. For news you can trust and have trusted for 20 years, visit CompetitionPlus.com. Be sure to download our mobile app. It's a free download on the Apple Store and Google Play.
My mama always said, working on Cadillacs is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You got that right. You never know what you're going to run into when you're working on Cadillacs, like this 2006 STS 4. The 4 means all-wheel drive. It's got a different suspension setup in the front end, and that means big bucks when you take it to your local Cadillac dealer. Unless you call us here at strutmasters.com. We've got an all-new 4-wheel suspension conversion kit that'll work for this STS 4 with the all-wheel drive. Don't pay thousands at your local dealer. Give us a call at 866-597-2397 and find out why we are the Cadillac suspension experts.
It's nice to get back to the racetrack and out of the office. You know, it seems like it's been a long winter, but just today is, it shows that Jimmy Prock, Chris Cunningham, and the whole team, which stayed together from 2019, really did their homework and worked hard over the winter. And we've made some changes, and so far we made 2 great runs. It looks like those changes are paying off. But like Austin Coyle will tell you, come back in 25 runs and let's see if whatever you're changed makes a difference.
You know what? It just feels good just to have the whole group back, man. And Brian Cry come back. We just started off, man, just going to 330, run the half track. And then we made a run till about 900 feet, clicked it off early. And we're just getting our feet underneath of us, man. Different combination that we're running here. A little bit of the old school that we used to run with some new stuff that they're putting in it. And we're just slowly picking at it. So hopefully tomorrow's a better day. The track is great here in Vegas. Couldn't ask for a better test session. And, man, this really feels good just to be back out here burning some nitro.
This episode of Legends, the series, is brought to you by these fine companies.
I ran into a kid that I went to school with, and he said, you know what, Gary, I always knew you were going to be a racer, because in grammar school, we'd race to the drinking fountain, we'd race to the bike rack, we'd race, everything was racing with you. And then after he said it, I kind of thought, you know, you're right. I mean, that's going to be me. My brothers were into racing, or my older brother Mike was into racing. My dad really kind of wanted to steer us away from any of that kind of stuff. He didn't think that that's a good way to make a living. But they always were mechanical. They always worked on stuff at the house and built stuff. And my dad had a 50 Chevy pickup with a straight six in it. Him and my brother Mike took it out, put a V8 in it with an automatic transmission. And so we were always kind of hands-on building type people. So racing kind of just fit. I'd say I was a mischievous kid, defiant. Now that I think about it, my older brother Mike, there's 14 years difference between him and 10 years between my brother Jim. I had two older brothers. I was probably a mischievous kid more than anything. My older brother Mike was a lot like a father to me. My brother Jim was always the calm one. And my dad would always say, don't do this and don't do that. And my older brother Mike would say, it's okay, just do it where they can't see it. And I'll never forget, I had a mini bike, little Honda Trail 50 that I could do a wheelie on like for days. And my mom and dad used to go nuts, and my brother Mike would get in his car and he'd go down the street and say, just come a little bit out of the way where they can't see you, and then show me. And then when it come time to get a bigger mini bike, he always told my dad, get him one that he can't put his feet on the ground on, because whatever you get that he can actually fit on, he's going to have it wide open by the end of the day, and it's not going to be any fun for him. Get him something bigger, then you have to keep buying something bigger. And he was right. That was my big thing whenever I drove. I wanted to see if I could get it wide open and how long I could keep it wide open. I guess when I was a little kid and I watched ABC Wide World of Sports, I believe it was on Saturday afternoons, and I knew right then when I saw Gartlets and Muldowney and parachutes coming out and dragsters catching on fire and funny cars hitting guardrails, that's something that I wanted to do. I said, that's for me. We used to race sand rags. My older brother Mike had a sand dragster. And when I was 16 years old, I got to drive it. Because he'd ask me, what did it do on the run? Well, I had no idea what it did on the run. I was more of a driver than I was a mechanic. So I got to drive it when I was 16 years old. Well, I drove the first sand dragster, and then we sold it when we started Selzy Enterprises. Then we bought a blown alcohol dragster. And my dad's and my brother, we raced on sand for a while, and then we quit sand drag racing. And my dad and my brother said, hey, you can have it, but we ain't paying for it. You want to go asphalt racing, you're on your own. You're going to have to figure out how to do it, knowing there was no way I could afford to do it. So I used to paint cars late at night, $500, whatever, and they would let me take the material from the company to do it at night and use the shop, Selzy Enterprises. And I mean, I painted cars at night, I welded stuff, I did everything I could to raise enough money to get it to go asphalt. And I did, and I think they were shocked when I did it. But I never did anything illegal or anything crazy. I worked, and people liked me, so people would help me. They'd buy things for me. I needed a transmission, so they helped me go from a 2-speed transmission to a 3-speed transmission. You know, just things like that. I hustled, and then I ran into two very good people that are friends of mine, Bob DeVore and Bob Wyman. And they worked at Mr. Gasket Company. Bob Wyman worked at Mallory Ignition, and Bob DeVore worked at Mr. Gasket Company. And they liked me, and they did everything they could to hustle favors and stuff to get me going.
Did you ever think your ship was going to come in one day?
I had aspirations of driving a top fuel dragster or a funny car. That's what I wanted to do. But even winning national events and finishing #2 in the world in an alcohol dragster, nobody wanted to talk to me. Jack Clark had a top fuel dragster, and his guys worked out of Texas. And I called him and tried to get him. I said, look, I'll buy 2 drums of Nitro. I'll do whatever I can and show you that I'll cut the best lights you'll ever see in a top fuel car. Just give me the chance. And it seems like the door got slammed on me all the time. Roger Prim, Ron Capps drove for him. And Capps tried to help me get Roger Prim's deal when he got Prudhomme's deal. And Prim thought that I'd be better off, or he'd be better off with somebody that didn't have a job, that couldn't, Capps didn't have a job, he could help sponsorship, try to find sponsorship and things like that. So everywhere I turned, nobody wanted any part of me. And then it was on my birthday, I flew to Denver, Colorado to meet the Peak brothers. And I thought for sure I had that deal. And they called me and left me a message and said that they went with Tony Schumacher. Didn't even call me in person. And that pissed me off. And I thought, you dirty bastards, you couldn't at least call me. They left me a message. And my wife kept telling me, you know what? She said, it's for the better. There's things happen for a reason, And I couldn't figure out what reason there would be. And then I pretty much gave up. I figured this is never going to happen.
Did you think that maybe you were too driven to quit or too stupid to quit trying?
I didn't know anything else. I drag raced from the time I was a kid. I mean, I rode motorcycles, and my dad would never let me race a dirt bike. I didn't have a bike good enough to race, but I love drag racing. Now, what's so funny is a lot of people don't realize I didn't want to do it for a living. I just wanted to race the badasses. I wanted to race Joe Amato, and I wanted to race Kenny Bernstein. I wanted to race John Force. All those guys, I wanted to race them, just to see how I would do against them.
And Austin, if Gary can get a good green light start, give himself a chance for the entire quarter mile. Yes, he did. Selzy and Austin. Austin bumps a little bit. Selzy gets the win.
Well, Gary, I tell you what, the crew had a job to do after you threw the rods out on the first pass. This time the driver did. Your 06 beat Austin's 03.
God, that's great. That's great. These guys, the Minor brothers, and every name on this car have worked so hard and through the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, and I'm just so glad to win one instead of being a runner-up.
Definitely riding a high now.
It's my 4th wedding anniversary, and this Oscar goes to my wife. But I would like to thank Rudder Army, Pinella Trucking, Diesel Performance, Performance Leasing, Robert Burns Construction, Walker Business Forms, Jerry and Helen Ninnis, Barons of Sutter Creek, my brother Mike and Jim for letting me take off to be able to enjoy myself racing.
I think he left out the Minor brothers.
I had to, and the Minor brothers.
When I drove alcohol, funny car and dragster, I was out of a ride, and Jerry Darian asked me to drive his car when him and Larry Sutton split up. And I didn't want to do it. So we went to Sonoma, and I think we were runner-up. And he goes, man, will you drive it at the national event? And I said, yeah, I'll drive it. But I really want to drive an alcohol funny car, because I'd pretty much blown off all the Nitro stuff. So then the Minor brothers were tight with Mike Andreotti. And they said, Mike needs somebody to drive that car because Mike got heavy and he couldn't fit it. So we went to Bakersfield and tested. Hauled ass, ran really good. That's the last I thought of it. So we're at Sonoma. And Darian's got his car all ready to go, and here comes Mike Andreotti parking right next to us, unloads his car, says Selzy on the window. I said, what are you doing? Mike goes, well, you did a good job, at Bakersfield. I can't fit in this thing, and I want to race. And never asked, never said nothing. Shows up at Sonoma with his funny car. So I went to Jerry, and I said, hey, Mike bought the car. What do you think? He said, well, I don't care, one way or another. So my wife would be at the end on a mini bike. I'd run the dragster, get out of that, hop on the scooter with all my stuff on, run back on the start line, jump in the alcohol funny car. Well, that weekend, I happened to get all the way to the semifinals in both cars. Semifinals, Darian's car shakes, I get beat, get back in Andreotti's, and I win the race in the alcohol funny car. So I did that for like 3 or 4 races, and that was tough. The only other person I know that could do such a thing would be Pat Austin, because Pat Austin's a badass and always been my hero. But I always liked the funny car because it was wicked, and the biggest thing about alcohol funny car, or a funny car period, was doing the burnout, opening that hatch and backing up fast. That was always something that made me say it looked like you had authority and that you knew what you were doing and you're a badass. And forget driving the thing forward, just doing the burnout and backing it up and staging the car saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to kick your ass. That's the mentality I had in the funny car. And even driving the dragster, it always went back to funny car.
Johnson has won his first title.
I used to race sand drags with Blaine and Alan, and we weren't real close. We raced against each other. We both raced sand drags, and we both raced asphalt and the alcohol dragsters. In fact, I was a lot more successful than they were in the beginning. Then obviously Blaine became a 4-time world champion with alcohol dragsters, but we had a mutual friend in Mike and Cheryl Gordon, and they raced alcohol funny car. So I used to talk to Mike Gordon on a regular basis, and Mike Gordon was from Paso Robles. He played golf with Alan and Blaine on Wednesdays. So he knew what was going on. He'd always tell me, hey, watch them this weekend, they're going to haul ass. Alan built a new clutch, or Alan's got a new blower, or Alan's got this new widget that he made. So I was kind of not a stalker, but an outside fan that wanted to see these two kids do good because they had no money. They did it on their own. They hauled ass, and Blaine was probably the best driver that sat in a race car.
The annual U.S. Nationals are usually laced with festivity, but in early qualifying, Blaine Johnson met with ultimate tragedy just before the finish line.
And I'll never forget, I was home in the house, and they were calling me, let me know how things were going, and Cheryl Gordon called me and said that Blaine was in a really bad accident, and they didn't think he was going to make it. And I automatically went into defense mode and said, no way, that's bull. There's no way that could happen. Not to Blaine, not to Alan, there's no way. And later that night I found out that he passed, and it devastated me. Those guys were going to get the brass ring. And now it wasn't going to happen. And I remember being angry, and then the sorrow and all the other emotions that come with something like that. And then, I knew I had to go to the funeral. And again, we weren't that close. I didn't call Alan. I did all my correspondence through Mike Gordon. That was my friend, and Cheryl. And we were really tight racing in the alcohol classes. So I remember my wife and I went to Santa Maria, and it was huge. There were people from everywhere there. And there's a place in Napomo called Jocko's Steakhouse that I absolutely loved. And John Rodak and John Cox, and a lot of the guys that I knew were friends with them or helped work on their dragster. And so I had a lot of adult beverage. And anybody that's ever been around me, sometimes when I have a little alcohol in me, I tend to put on an X-rated comedy show with jokes and harassment and stuff like that. And I said, I'm going to go to Jocko's. I'm going to eat tonight. And the next thing I know, the Johnsons came. John Rodak came, John Cox came, and all the guys from their team, we all showed up at Jocko's, went in the back room, and I put on a comedy show from hell. And trying to cheer everybody up because it was such a sad time. And I had everybody laughing and rolling around, and man, I had a hangover that would not quit. But when I left, I told Alan, I said, hey, look, if you decide you want to race again, and you need somebody to polish the wheels on the truck, or you want somebody to paint your dragster for free, or you want somebody to do the bottom end, you call me and I'll help you. And I left. And that was it. And a couple weeks later, phone call here at the shop. They said it was Alan Johnson was on the phone. I thought, Alan Johnson, what the hell would Alan want? I figured, well, he's calling me and thanking me for being such a goofball at dinner that night. And, I'm sure that's what it's about. So I picked up the phone. I said, how you doing, Alan? He said, I'm doing well. I want to go race again. I said, well, you know what? You need to. You and your brother, that's all you guys have ever done, and that's what you need to go do. And then his next question was, have you ever thought about driving a top fuel dragster? And I said, only when I'm awake or asleep. And he said, I'm going to race again. He said, and you're the first one I'm calling. And I said, don't call anybody else. Give me an hour, and I'll call you back. I hung up the phone. I called my mom, my dad, my wife, got my brothers all together, and I said, look, here's the deal. I got one shot to be a world champion. I'd been division champion in alcohol funny car and alcohol dragster, and I'd won national events, but I'd never got to be a world champion. And the business was big enough at that time to where I could get away. I was doing sales and not so much the manual labor anymore. And I said, look, here's the deal. Alan Johnson called me. He doesn't have a sponsor. So we're going to have to buy some plane tickets. We're going to have to buy some drums and nitro. We didn't have a lot of money, but we're going to have to do what we can to get this thing done. And I've got to have your blessing But, I mean, obviously we know who I'm trying to take the seat of, Blaine, and we know Blaine's not here anymore. Don Garlitz has his retinas detached, and so that could happen. We all know what happened to my good friend Darrell Gwynn. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen, and then there's also things that couldn't happen or won't happen, but we don't know that. But I can't get 4 or 5 races into this thing, and you guys decide that I need to come back and go to work like they had done before when I'd raced alcohol cars. You know, it got rained out. I'll never forget, I won a national event in Seattle in Minor Brothers Alcohol Funny Car, and it got rained out till Monday, and I called them and said, I'm not going to be home till Tuesday. And it's like, oh my God, you got to come home and go to work. You got to paint. It's like, I want to win a national event here, guys. I ain't coming home. So they all agreed. They said they would do it. I called Alan back, and then he told me that he had a handshake agreement with Winston, and the rest is history.
Can you tell me the pressure that you felt on your shoulders the first time you got into that car tuned by Alan Johnson and with Winston as a sponsor? How intimidated by the whole situation were you?
Well, I got to tell you, we sealed the deal with Winston, with Bobby Maston and T. Wayne Robertson. Probably to this day, the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. And Alan told me, I want you to come to Santa Maria when we get all the parts, because I want you to be there and help assemble this car. I want you to understand what these cars are all about. They're similar to an alcohol car, but they're different in a lot of ways. But if you help build it, you'll understand it. So I went to Santa Maria on a Monday, and Jim Head happened to be there. And we got this car done late Friday night. And they lived at the coast in Santa Maria, that cool ocean breeze come in, and it's about 65 degrees, and we're getting ready to start this thing. And you wear a gas mask and you wear a headset. And Alan went over everything. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to spin over. We're going to start on methanol. I'm going to let it get heat in it. Then I'm going to come over to you and I'm going to tell you to open the pumps up. You open the pumps up. Then when it gets running on nitro, you close one pump off. Anyway, he goes through this whole thing, right? And then he says, you got it? Yep, I got it. I got in that car, started it up, and when that thing went on nitro, I forgot everything he said about myself, basically. It was on 97%. That thing's banging and popping, and Alan's telling me, let off the clutch. So finally, he grabs my leg and pulls my leg to get off the clutch, let the wheels turn. Then I had both pumps open, and he turned the pump off. And then he goes, one pump, you know. Then he says, 2 pumps. So 2 pumps open, then you step off and hold the brake to see where the idle's set at. I blew it. I completely blew it. I mean, everything he said, I forgot. I went brain dead. So they shut the car off, and they're laughing their asses off. They think this is the funniest thing in the world. And I guarantee you, Jim Head to this day thought this guy is never going to be able to drive this car. So anyway, we started the car, everything's done. I said, okay, guys, I'll see you later. I'm out of here. I'm heading home. 3.5 hours back to Fresno. So I left and I got on the freeway and I called my wife, and she goes, well, did you get it started? I said, yeah. She goes, man, you just don't sound like, you know, the enthusiastic guy that, like when you got the call. I said, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I got to get out of this deal. She said, what? I said, I can't drive this thing. I said, Alan tried to explain everything you got to do in this car. I said, I went brain dead. I forgot everything he said. I looked like an idiot. I said, they're all on the ground laughing. Alan's probably figuring out who he's going to call to drive the goddamn thing. And I was that intimidated. So I got home, and one of the kids that worked on the car, Jeff Garvin, he wrote down a list of everything you do, all the procedures, how we do it, how they do the warm-up and everything, what Blaine would do to stage the car, and he sent it to me. Then he also sent me some videos of Blaine driving the car, pedaling the car and doing different things. Well, then the videos really intimidated me because that guy could pedal a race car like nobody's business. He was good on the starting line. He did the clutch and the bottom end. And here they got dumbass Selzy going to drive this thing, you know, from the alcohol ranks. So Alan said, hey, look, I want to go to Bakersfield, and I want to get you like 3 squirts in this thing just to kind of get you used to this warm-up procedure and get you to leave the starting line. So we went there and started the car, and I did the warm-up procedures perfect. I mean, my wife had asked me halfway in the middle, what do you do here? What do you do after this? I'll never forget, we pull that thing up to the starting line, I do the burnout, I stop, I can't get it in reverse. Damn it. Well, I tried to pull up on the throttle with the tow strap, couldn't get it up. I opened both fuel pumps to get the motor to idle lower, could not get it in reverse, so I shut it off. So Alan comes running down there and goes, "What's the matter?" I said, "It won't go in reverse." Damn it, I thought he was mad at me. Well, Blaine set the clutch and they didn't have enough pack clearance to back it up. So he said, "Look, we're gonna push you back, we're gonna start it, you stage it and go. Just go 300 feet. So they push me back, they start the car, I go in there and I stage, I hit the gas, and that thing smoked the tires like as soon as I hit the throttle. So we come back around and Alan looked at the computer and it got to 8,000, so I caught it early. He said, "Good job." Came back the next run and it went about 100 feet and it shook so hard about made me go unconscious. So then we hustled to get the next third run in there, and I was on the throttle like 1.8 seconds. And I ran a 565 at 155 miles an hour. The quickest I'd ever been in alcohol dragster was a 565 at 250, all the way to the finish line. And I knew then, I thought, man, this is going to be something. And then we went to Phoenix, and there was a testing going on, and I ran to half track. I think I ran 540 at like 190. And then the next pass, Alan said, "Drive it to the finish line." And I'll never forget, at 800 foot, the clutch locked and the motor pulled down and went, pulled in, and I shut the thing off and pulled the parachutes. And it went 474 at like 280. So we get back and Alan said, "Why'd you shut it off?" And I said, "This thing was going to blow up." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You heard it?" I said, "Yeah, it pulled on the motor really hard, and man, I clicked it off before it blew up." He said, "Really? Okay." So we get back, and I'm packing the parachutes, man. I'm thinking what a hero I am. And so then Alan calls me, "Hey, Gary, come on in here for a minute." So he's looking at the graphs on the computer, and he said, "Let me ask you a question. When you heard the motor pull down like it did it stop pulling?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, it was going to run about a 463 at 315. He said, "I don't care what you hear or what you think you hear, as long as that thing's sitting you back in the seat, you stay on the gas till you get to the finish line." Next run, drove to the finish line, 463, 315. And I believe the record at that time was 462. So then we rolled into Pomona, and it was like an out-of-body experience driving that fuel car. My hands were doing what they were supposed to be doing. I was steering, I was pulling the parachutes, everything was right, and everything I was saying I thought was going on was right, but I wasn't really sure because it was happening so fast. It's pretty amazing.
Now, Gary Scelzi has been a great driver. He won 4 races on the points trail last year in the alcohol category. He won right here at this racetrack back in 1986, winning in the alcohol dragster category. He will have his hands full right here with the consummate champion and top fuel, Joe Amato. About that, it wasn't pretty, but Gary Scelzi gets the win at 771, 231 miles an hour.
You know, it's funny because I won my first 2 races, semifinals. I don't think we ever got beat before the semifinals before we got to Houston or to Columbus. And I'd say 50 runs is when I finally knew what I was feeling and what I was saying was exactly what was happening, and I was sure of myself.
Good look at Gary Scelzi in qualifying. One of the more bizarre things you will ever see. The engine catches on fire, actually comes up into the driver's compartment, engulfs Gary Scelzi. Gary would get out of the race car, but look at the helmet. The back of his helmet is actually still on fire as Scelzi climbs out of the race car. Unbelievable. Everybody
was really polite. And every night, and I walked up like, "Joe Amato, nice to meet you, man. My name's Gary Scelzi," and da-da-da, and everybody was really friendly. And except one person, and that was Kenny Bernstein. And I went to shake Kenny's hand before we got in the car, and Kenny turned around and walked the other way. And oh, that pissed me off. Because I didn't understand why he was going to be mean to me. You know, I had no clue. And so I'll never forget, I was #1 qualifier. John Force was #1 qualifier, and Warren Johnson was #1 qualifier. And we're in the back of a pickup, and they towed you back up the starting line. And Forrest goes, "Sounds, hey, #1 qualifier." Hey, you know, John gets these like 12 cups of Starbucks, and he's on fire. His hair's on fire. "How's it going, man? Everything going good? You're #1 qualifier. You like everybody? What's going on?" I said, "Yeah, everything's been really good." But Kenny Bernstein, he goes, "What?" I said, "Kenny, man, he was an asshole to me. He wouldn't talk to me." John says, "You love Kenny Bernstein." I said, "No, I don't." I said, "He was mean to me." He goes, "No, you love Kenny Bernstein." I said, "Okay, why?" He said, "Because Kenny's the king. He's the king of speed. He probably had a lot on his mind when you went to go up to him." And I had no idea all this stuff was going on because it was all green to me. Anyway, we ended up winning the race, and it was something. Then we went to Phoenix. Who do I get in the final round? Kenny Bernstein. We beat him in the final. I went over to shake his hand, and he walked away again, and I was really pissed. But Ed McCullough came over to me and said, "Well, that's real simple, Selzy. When Kenny goes out to his car, just go out there and do what guys from Fresno do, blast him one and find out what's wrong with him." This is actually pretty funny. Anyway, about an hour later, McCullough comes running back over there and goes, "Hey, you didn't do what I said I told you to do, did you?" I said, "No, I didn't." Anyway, he said, "I was just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Don't worry. Kenny will come around." And then actually later on that year, Kenny and I had a little confrontation in Dallas about staging, and it got pretty heated on my end. And Kenny and I became friends, and that guy taught me more about sponsorships and how to treat sponsors, how to handle yourself in public and all that. Kenny was just a little bit different. I think he was a little upset that a rookie was getting in a car that should win. And then, you know, he won the championship and everybody said Blaine should have won it. And, you know, I think there was a little animosity there. But I do got to say, fans, Kenny, he did come around and we became good friends. And like I said, some of the stuff he taught me to this day, and we stay in touch still to this day. He's one of the few people I do stay in touch with.
Selzy in the right lane, taps in the left lane. Driver's race. And Selzy's going to his first funny car final. A 5:48. It wasn't pretty, but he got the job done, Mike.
Gary Selzy, he did what he had to do, and he did this in Top Fuel all the time, and unfortunately I was usually watching in the other lane.
When we got that funny car deal, we didn't have the money that we thought we were going to have to start. We were underfunded. Our car didn't fit. We were trying to get Toyota involved, and the next thing you know, I'm out, Sarver's in, and you're going to get your chance later. Maybe that will help Toyota and help the funding come from other places and force them because they like you. And then it just seemed like it was kind of a dirty deal, and it did not set well with me. And I had some pretty harsh words with Alan, and we didn't talk for a long time. And Don Schumacher came out of there and pulled me from the rubble, if you will, because race car drivers are tough, and we all think that, you know, you could bend steel with your teeth, but when somebody says you can't drive a race car, they might as well castrate you, because that's like taking the breath out of you. So Don put me in Bazemore's car to do some testing, and I thought, my God, I've never driven anything this easy to drive. The clutch was so much smoother when it came in. It felt slower, but it was smooth. You could steer it. But Don did one thing. He put me in that car and fit it to me. They put the steering wheel where I wanted it. They fit the seat. They put the pedals. Everything was where I wanted it. And then Lee Beard's combination was a lot smoother. You know, the clutch wasn't as violent. Alan was trying to run that car like a Top Fuel dragster. I look at pictures now, and the rear spoiler on the Toyota was full max. It had a bad aerodynamic front body. It just, none of the things were right. And when I was struggling, having a hard enough time, I know Alan was struggling too. And looking back at it, I know Alan didn't do it to hurt my feelings. I don't know that he knew that it was going to be as bad as it was on my end, or the way I made it feel, or the way he didn't know how it made me feel. But like Austin Coyle came up to me and said, "Selzy, it ain't you. I promise you, I could put you in John's car and you'll go right down the racetrack. And I know what's wrong with that car, but I ain't fixing it because I got to race you." So the people around the racing community made me feel better. And it was later on, Alan and I started talking, and I was driving for Schumacher, and I actually helped him get the deal with Don Schumacher and Tony Schumacher. I kind of was a little bit of a liaison on both sides, and Jim Head as well. We were all pretty good friends, and kind of forgot about the past. And I actually tested Tony's car while Alan was a crew chief. Alan would ask me to do it, and we kind of mended our fences. But we were at Indy at the PRI show, and he just came back from Qatar with a big fat check for another year, and we all went to dinner. There was like 30 of us, and Alan and I sat by each other, and we drank, and we told stories, and any ill feelings that either one of us had were fixed, and it was like old times. I mean, that's one thing. I was very fortunate in my professional career. I only had a couple of crew chiefs, and I only drove for 2 teams, Alan Johnson and Don Schumacher. Alan Johnson was my crew chief, Mike Neff was my crew chief, and really Todd Okahara, and were about my only real guys. So I had a pretty good lineup of people, and got along with all of them. But Alan and I, we don't talk much anymore, but there are definitely no ill feelings. I don't believe with him. I know there's not with me. So, and that makes me feel good. It gave everything closure, because I love that family to this day, and they helped me get through some pretty tough times driving that fuel car. And I honestly believe that Blaine helped me get through some times too. I mean, I tore some up when I was driving that car, and to get back in that thing and know I was going to be okay, you know, or at least talk yourself into thinking you're going to be okay.
Curtain on an amazing 12-year career that includes 4 championships, Top Fuel, and Funny Car. How tough is this day going to be emotionally for you?
Well, I don't know, Gary, until the end of the day. I know right now that I wouldn't want to race me first round, and poor Jack Beckman's got me. So Richard Hogue and I are planning on making this car thump, and I want to win this race. It's in 1987, I quit to go back to work for a few years, and we won that race. And the headlines in National Dragster said Selzy goes out a winner, and I'd like to do that one more time.
When you walked away from Funny Car in that last year that you drove and everything, even a blind man could see that you wanted to be anywhere but in a race car. Did you fall out of love with drag racing?
I got to be honest with you. I had a year left on my contract, but I was being pressured at home. The business was getting out of control. My brother Mike was having issues with everything. I mean, customers, we were growing at a very fast rate. I wasn't happy about that. I wasn't happy about when I said I was going to leave that Mike Neff left. Our team and Funny Car stayed together for 5 years and nobody left. And if you notice, when that team finally disbanded, everybody went to be car chief. Even the tire guy became a supercharger specialist. Everybody was sharp, but we got along so well, and we enjoyed each other, that nobody left their position. They stayed together. And that's pretty amazing, 5 years and never lose a person. I was upset that I had to quit, but I did not have plans of staying away. I honestly was pissed that I was leaving in the situation I was in. I don't know that I would ever had a farewell tour, but I didn't want to leave like I did. I had 1 more year and I wanted to finish the contract out. I always felt I would come back after a year or 2, but it seemed like the more I stayed away, the more I wanted to be with my kids, the more I needed to be here at work, which was the way I was going to make my living. And the more a lot of people that you were around were phony, and it's like it didn't have any meaning. You know, a lot of people that drive race cars nowadays pay to drive, or they drive for nothing. And I always felt that you drive on your merit. And you know, Ron Capps, Del Worsham, it's hard for me to go on who else who now anymore, but those guys were all guys that made it on their merit. And that always meant a lot to me. And now, you know, some days the only way you're going to get it right is by bringing money. In any of the sports, it's gotten that way, but you know, that did bother me. And now I called Ron Capps. I thought that was wonderful that he won his championship because, and I even texted him, I never felt Ron Capps was not a champion. I always felt he was a champion. He just didn't have the ring, and now he's got it, and he'll probably get a bunch more. But Chad Head and I are very close friends. We still talk. I think the world of Dale Worsham. The old boys with Coletta, Aaron Brooks. I don't talk to Mike Neff much, but I always love Mike Neff. I've got a great respect for him. I don't talk to Force much. I might see him at a show, at the PRI show or something like that, but I don't stay in much touch because at the races they're working. And then, you just kind of lose it. And I've never been a spectator. I've never been one to go to the race and not compete. And I feel like a fish out of water when I go. And I think that's why a lot of guys don't go back or don't go back very often.
Are you sure we won the championship?
Positive.
All right!
I always wanted to drive one of these things. I begged, tried to buy my way in. I tried to do everything I could to get to sit in the seat of a top fuel car. I didn't even care about winning the championship. I just wanted to drive it.
I wanted to have the respect of my peers. I wanted those people to say that Gary wasn't just funny on Selzy Says. Gary was out to rip your throat out. And I think sometimes people lost that in the transition because I was always funny and I always tried to make light of everything. I guess I'd like people to think of me as a guy that took no shit. That if you hit me, I'm going to hit you back. But that I was a good person and a caring person, and that I was a good race car driver. That I was a tough son of a bitch to pull next to race. And I think I'd be happy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of testing here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We've had a few cars trickle up so far. I guess you've seen them. For all the feedback on the live chat, I am glad to know that you enjoyed the Gary Scelzi Legends episode, and I would highly recommend going to Bobby's website, which is competitionplus.com, and do a search for those Legends episodes. I've got a few more here that I'll try to play throughout the day as we get time to do it. And speaking of time, it's time for me to already jump back on the camera, as it looks like the Mountain View Tire factory stock machine, I think that's Ryan Pretty driving it this weekend, is pulling up right now. Yep, these dang race cars keep interrupting me when I get on a train of thought. But that's okay. Weather conditions are great out here today. It's just nice and sunny. The flags are just draped down, virtually no wind, maybe just a little bit of a trickle of wind. The track looks to be in fantastic shape, and so I'm hoping that we're going to see some big numbers here today on the final day of testing. As I started to say about Bobby's channel, those Legends videos and Storyteller videos are exceptionally good, and if you ever get the chance to spend some time and go through his website and watch those, you will really enjoy it. I've got a couple more on a flash drive that I'm going to try to load in today, one of which is his most recent one in tribute to Darrell Russell, so that will be, might be a little bit of a tearjerker for all of you to watch, but it's a great episode nonetheless. So if we don't get through it today, please go to Bobby's website and watch that video in particular. I think you'll really enjoy it. It'll bring back a lot of memories about a great young racer that was taken far too early. Let's see what is on the chat. Okay. Good morning to all of you. Bill Swanson out there. Hiya, Bill. Look forward to seeing you up at Route 66 later on this season. Let's see, who else is on here? Let's try that. Well, so far no questions, but if I can get somebody to come up here and answer questions for you, I'll let you know that in advance. Maybe we can get one of these racers to come up here and take your questions in real time. So, in the meantime, we'll go back to a beautiful shot of an empty track, and I'll keep you updated as things happen throughout the day. Again, thanks for tuning in. Las Vegas, except it's testing for the teams, it's also testing for me with DragRacer.tv. As you know, Bobby Bennett brought me out to help him with his broadcast this weekend, and I'm happy to be partnered with Bobby to bring you the live testing. Sorry about the rotators in the back. They're kind of loud. There, that ought to be a little bit better. I want to let you know that not only are you able to watch this on CompetitionPlus.com and Competition Plus TV, it's also being simulcast on NHRA.tv. And I'm excited to let you know that DragRacer.tv's divisional race coverage, the Lucas Oil Divisional Racing events throughout 2020, we will be simulcasting both on DragRacer.tv, which is my channel, but also to all of those subscribers to NHRA.tv. We're also working out some logistics to have a free account on NHRA.tv, which would get you all the divisional racing, and you could watch it on that platform as well as what we're doing on DragRacer.tv. So that's an exciting step, a big step for what we're trying to accomplish here, because ultimately sportsman drag racing needs more and better coverage as a part of the NHRA package. They recognize it. I've been happy to deliver it for, this will be my 6th season coming up, and I am very, very excited that we're starting to make that move to make sportsman drag racing coverage more accessible to the general NHRA public. You know, even though I'm a fan too and I love the Nitro cars and the excitement of that, there are thousands of racers around the United States at the sportsman level that are great racers as well, world champions that I've been able to meet over my time doing this. They certainly deserve the exposure. People need to see that quality of, or that brand of racing, quality side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel racing at over 200 miles an hour in some cases, the skill that it takes to do that, and the hard work and dedication it takes from those sportsman racers who, for the most part, are doing it out of their own back pocket without corporate sponsorship. So what I can do, my little piece of that, by doing DragRacer.tv, I'm happy to do it, and now I'm also happy that NHRA TV is going to be an additional outlet to see that. So, in any case, I am just watching the chat here, and I appreciate the support. Somebody says, let's celebrate with an ice cold Coca-Cola. How about an ice cold Diet Coke? So, in any case, I'll throw it back outside. We can watch the rotators once again, and there are cars starting to pull under the arch up there at the top end of the track, and let's see if we can bring them to you. Oh, Bernard Byers. First event is in 2 weeks at South Georgia Motorsports Park.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Scotty Cannon. You're watching Drag Racing Storytellers at Competition Plus TV.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Scotty Cannon. You're watching Drag Racing Storytellers at Competition Plus TV. I told old Tommy, I said, you know what we need to do? I'd build a Wilson next year. I said, it says in the rules, no funny car bodies. I said, I wonder what that means. He said, just what it says, no funny car bodies. I said, well, what if we buy a funny car? Cut the doors and the front end all out of it. Just think how neat the doors would fit. Just think, we can build a whole car. And Tommy, I don't know if he said I was crazy. He said, man, that won't pass tech, pass rules. So I called the tech department. And I think it was Robert was the tech department. I forgot who the head guy, but it was Robert. He was over to tech, but you had to go through the president too. You just didn't go through tech like do NHRA. You had, I guess they had to, make sure it's hot. But I had won a lot, but I hadn't kicked everybody's butt real good yet. I hadn't really, I didn't know it was going to happen, but I didn't know it was going to be this good. So I called and said, what is a one-piece body? I said, what is a funny car body? And I got the same answer Tommy gave me. I went in, are you that dumb? It's a one-piece fiberglass body. I said, well, so it's got to be one piece. I said, so I narrowed it down. I got them narrowed down to, if it ain't one piece, is it a funny car body? And they said, if it ain't one piece and the hood comes off of it, the doors comes off of it, the deck lid comes off of it, it's not a funny car body. I said, well, the deck lid don't come off of half of these cars. He said, the trunk don't matter. But they told me what, I said, well, put it in writing. They put it in writing. Maybe Hayne Dominic was one of the guys that was in charge then. I'm not sure. But I had my quarrels with all of them at different times because after that day, the rules really got slapped a bunch around with rules, which everybody kind of knows. Now, I thought it was bad times back then, but it was really probably the best times of my life. So I ordered me one. And then Tommy says, well, if you building one, I'm building one. So we both ordered two of them. Somehow or another it leaked out. Michael Martin leaked out. And Michael said, call me one night. What are you and Tommy building next year? You got to understand, we still run this quick 8 stuff. So I'm cutting me a funny car and cutting it apart. That's what you can't tell nobody. And as far as I know, neither one of them never called a tech. Nobody never called nothing. So we took a little bit of a gamble. I said, might get there and not let us run. I said, but I got the paper right here that says a one-piece body is considered one piece. If the doors and all, they worded it just like I asked them. So we built 3 of them. Tommy's car was fast. Michael's car was fast. He had something auto parts in a yellow car. All pro or something maybe. Okay, and then naturally I had OnSat. And if I'm not mistaken, I sewed up the championship in about 5 or 6 races. But that was the best driving car. I didn't know this at the time. I can tell you now why. It was the best driving. It'd go down a dirt road. And all I'd done was, it was the same car. We didn't change the chassis. We didn't change the wheelie bar. And even Tommy says, man, you can take your hand off the steering wheel of this thing in high gear. We don't know nothing about no aerodynamics and the side panels of the quarter panels being this high, rather all rounded quarter panels on the wheels ain't helping you stay straight, none. We didn't know all them funny cars that was built into them. We didn't think nothing about all that. And what we did do and didn't really know is the darn bodies sit so high because the funny cars run a bigger tire than we did. So we just took the body and picked the front end up and took a saw and cut the back of it off and glued the lip back on it so the body set down. Well, what that done was took all the wing out of it, which made it perfect. If we'd have run it like a regular funny car, it'd have killed a mile an hour. Because, you know, pro stock, and back then we didn't have big wings. Well, it had that big deck lid, but it was about flat. It made the perfect race car, I'm just telling you. If somebody said, what would be your car you'd go run right now if you was running 80 RL and they'd let you do it, you'd be stupid not to build that car. To this day. To go get your alcohol funny car body. First you can get a nicest composite, lightest weight, cleanest, neatest looking thing there is. But the guys that don't like funny cars, they ain't gonna like your car. And the guys you kick in their rump a dump, they ain't gonna like your car at all. And you can make that car have as much side down force as you want, as much back as you want with the lips, as much on the sides as you want, in the front. We didn't know nothing about lips around the front fender wells at that time. We didn't have a clue. But we had them on our car. And guess what? Them three cars, if you run Scotty, Michael, or Tommy, you was going home. And we hated running each other. And we all three knew why. But needless to say, the next year, the same chassis that was under the, I think you may have been the one named it the Luma Glass. they threw my car out that year, but said we could run them the rest of the year, and we couldn't. So I come out with a Corvette. I think it was I forgot what model, maybe 93 or 4 or something like that when they was kind of popular. And I won't never forget it. Everybody said, you know, I've seen a lot of cars Tommy Mooney's built, but that's got to be one of the ugliest ones he's ever built. Talking about my Corvette, and that's why he said the roll bars sit right in front of where you look out of. I said, nah, this is the same chassis it was under my funny car, bodied car, y'all call it. And so there you go again. That was another thing we didn't take into consideration. His car wasn't but about this much narrow on each side. So think about how much littler, smaller car that was. And then it being just enough wedge shape to drive. I mean, I'm telling you, if somebody was having trouble, I'll never forget, was maybe New York had the big bump. And if you hit that bump, you was in trouble. And I'll never forget it. No, we wasn't there. I'll tell you exactly what we was at Darlington. And it's when I first had my car. It was the first race of the year. And there wasn't nobody running because of the dew and Raising Cane. I think my man Roy had done turned his car over in Pro Stock maybe or something, I ain't sure. I did see my boy run one over. I wrecked him too. But anyway, everybody said, want to get together and protest, not run, get a run tomorrow. We're going out there. Oh, Tommy, right out there. Michael Martin, right out there. Number 1 qualifier, top ET, speed record, everything. Scotty Cannon. I didn't want to run tomorrow. I wanted to run tonight. It dew falling too. I could lean that thing down about 5 or 10 numbers, put me a degree of timing in it. I'd try to burn that water in there. We're going to let her hang out. I let the rods hang out of it, but we did it. But the body was the reason they went down the racetrack. I look back on some of the stuff we done. So that's one of the lucky things, So to answer your question, that's some of the lucky stuff fell into my lap. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. But that's one of the aids to my success, I guess you would say, that was one of the luck things. It sure wasn't skill.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Jim Dunn. I'm a storyteller for Competition Plus TV.
Kenji's business was Mopar cars. He'd get the steering wheels changed over, take them back over to Tokyo and sell them there. That was his job, so he was interested in Chrysler. So he come over, I would like to race. Well, it's not that easy. He said, well, so I says, well, do you have a class? Because they opened up the drag strip after we were there. He says, yeah, I want to run alcohol. I said, okay, I'm going to sell you this alcohol car. This car here, and I'll give you some pistons. Just put it on alcohol and go race it. Okay, how much you want? I want $18,000 for it. Okay, I think about it. He comes back. He says, okay, if I bring a friend. I said, sure. He said, oh, this guy owns an Alder. He wants to look. This is an American guy. Walks around. 18, huh? I said, yep. I don't think it's worth that much. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. I said, well, you're right. I don't think so either. Well, what will you take? I said, 19. No, you said you wanted 18. I said, I did, but it was too cheap. I want 19. And Kenji goes, oh, I pay you 18. I said, you trying for 20? I told you, it's 19. Flat. I pay you. But I didn't know at that time the Japanese people liked to bargain. You know, we call it chiseling, but that's their bargaining and stuff and all that. And so I got him to drive, and he was non-automatic, very good, but he was black belt in that wooden sword where they get all suited up and they beat each other with the swords. He says, oh, Mr. Dunn, if you're slow, you hurt because they hit you hard. You know, he was black belt. So I was telling him, I says, okay, Kenji, do this and this. And he'd make a run or two and he'd change. I said, Kenji, how come you didn't do what I told you? Well, I think it's better this way. I said, really? Yeah. I says, you're black belt, right? Did you have a good teacher? Oh, I had the best. I had Honorable so-and-so. Did you tell him, well, I don't want to hold the sword that way because I like it better this way? Oh, he would throw me out of the class. You call me Honorable Mr. Dunn because next time you don't do what I want.
Competition Plus is your go-to source for the latest in drag racing news. For over 20 years, CompetitionPlus.com has provided news you can trust, thoroughly researched and delivered as quick and fast as it can be uploaded, whether it's Nitro or stock, drag radial or pro modified. Our writers are
My mama always said, working on Cadillacs is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You got that right. You never know what you're going to run into when you're working on Cadillacs, like this 2006 STS 4. The 4 means all-wheel drive. It's got a different suspension setup in the front end, and that means big bucks when you take it to your local Cadillac dealer. Unless you call us here at strutmasters.com. We've got an all-new 4-wheel suspension conversion kit that'll work for this STS 4 with the all-wheel drive. Don't pay thousands at your local dealer. Give us a call at 866-597-2397 and find out why we are the Cadillac suspension experts.
Competition Plus is your go-to source for the latest in drag racing news. For over 20 years, CompetitionPlus.com has provided news you can trust, thoroughly researched and delivered as quick and fast as it can be uploaded. Whether it's Nitro or stock, drag radial or pro modified, our writers are trained to bring you the inside story time and time again. We have it all from in-depth news articles to the latest in high-performance products to the scuttlebutt making its way around the pits. Original video content from the stars in drag racing also makes CompetitionPlus.com the ultimate one-stop shop for die-hard drag racing fans. Don't make CompetitionPlus.com your only stop on the information superhighway. Make it your first. For news you can trust and have trusted for 20 years, visit CompetitionPlus.com. Be sure to download our mobile app. It's a free download on the Apple Store and Google Play.
Oh, it's huge. You know, we got a core group of guys that's been together since last year's West Coast Swing, and you know we've been working together since. And you know, it's just a promising feeling that everyone's gelling well, and you know, it shows on the racetrack. You know, we had an off season to actually prepare, get all our projects finished up, and come out here swinging, and the car's hauling the mail. So, really excited about tomorrow. Pretty good feeling. You know, we've been working real hard all off season trying to make this thing the best it can be, and it's showing a lot of promise. You know, this morning we went out there and had really good numbers, you know, quicker than that run that we ran to the stripe, and tomorrow morning we're going to try and go and improve it quite a bit, and I think we can.
You're still the man to beat.
No, it's good. Jimmy and Chris and the whole Auto Club team have done a great job. It's amazing. I mean, we've still yet to fail to go down the track. So we're going to push tomorrow, push even harder, because Jimmy feels there's another couple hundreds out there. And honestly, I feel we're ready to go to Pomona. But we're also going to try some new things, and that's why we're here testing. try new things, get better. And, I mean, this Camaro has been amazing. 4 runs, and all 4 runs have been in the 80s. So good job, Team AAA.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Jim Dunn. I'm a storyteller for Competition Plus TV.
Kenji business was Mopar cars. He'd get the steering wheels changed over, take them back over to Tokyo and sell them there. That was his job, so he was interested in Chrysler. So he come over, I would like to race. Well, it's not that easy. He said, well, so I says, well, do you have a class? Because they opened up the drag strip after we were there. He says, yeah, I want to run alcohol. I said, okay, I'm going to sell you this alcohol car. This car here, and I'll give you some pistons, just put it on alcohol and go race it. Okay, how much you want? I want $18,000 for it. Okay, I think about it. He comes back, he says, okay if I bring a friend. I said, sure. He says, oh, this guy owns an Alder. He wants to look. This is an American guy. Walks around. 18, huh? I said, yep. I don't think it's worth that much. Oh. Yeah, I don't think so. I said, well, you're right. I don't think so either. Well, what will you take? I said, 19. No, you said you wanted 18. I said, I did, but it was too cheap. I want 19. And Kenji goes, oh, I pay you 18. I said, you trying for 20? I told you, it's 19. Flat. I pay you. But I didn't know at that time the Japanese people like to bargain. You know, we call it chiseling, but that's their bargaining and stuff and all that. And so I got him to drive, and he was non-automatic, very good, but he was black belt in that wooden sword where they get all suited up and they beat each other with the swords. He says, oh, Mr. Dunn, if you're slow, you hurt because they hit you hard, you know. He was black belt. So I was telling him, I says, okay, Kenji, do this and this. Then he'd make a run or two and he'd change. I said, Kenji, how come you didn't do it?
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Jim Dunn. I'm a storyteller for Competition Plus TV.
Kenji's business was Mopar cars. He'd get the steering wheels changed over, take them back over to Tokyo and sell them there. That was his job, so he was interested in Chrysler. So he come over, I would like to race. Well, it's not that easy. He said, well, so I says, well, do you have a class? Because they opened up the drag strip after we were there. He says, yeah, I want to run alcohol. I said, okay, I'm going to sell you this alcohol car. This car here, and I'll give you some pistons, just put it on alcohol and go race it. Okay, how much you want? I want $18,000 for it. Okay, I think about it. He comes back, he says, okay if I bring a friend. I said, sure. He says, oh, this guy owns an Alder. He wants to look. This is an American guy. Walks around. 18, huh? I said, yep. I don't think it's worth that much. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. I said, well, you're right. I don't think so either. Well, what will you take? I said, 19. No, you said you wanted 18. I said, I did, but it was too cheap. I want 19. And Kenji goes, oh, I pay you 18. I said, you trying for 20? I told you, it's 19. Flat. I pay you. But I didn't know at that time the Japanese people like to bargain. You know, we call it chiseling, but that's their bargaining and stuff and all that. And so I got him to drive, and he was non-automatic, very good, but he was black belt in that wooden sword where they get all suited up and they beat each other with the swords. He says, oh, Mr. Dunn, if you're slow, you hurt because they hit you hard. You know, he was black belt. So I was telling him, I says, okay, Kenji, do this and this. And he'd make a run or two and he'd go, he'd change. I said, Kenji, how come you didn't do what I told you? Well, I think it's better this way. I said, really? Yeah. I says, you're black belt, right? Did you have a good teacher? Oh, I had the best. I had Honorable so-and-so. Did you tell him, well, I don't want to hold the sword that way because I like it better this way? Oh, he would throw me out of the class. You call me Honorable Mr. Dunn, because next time you don't do what I want, get on the plane, go home. I understand. He followed the rules to a deal. But I says, okay, I says, you're new, but all new drivers, not just because he's Japanese. I says, go in pre-stage, let the other guy pre-stage, count 1, 2, 3, pull the visor down and stage. You're going to have to stage first because they don't know what you're going to do. I wouldn't stage before you if I was racing it. So stage, and I guarantee you within 2 seconds they'll be in the lights, you know. He goes in and he wouldn't go in. I said, slow.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
I'm Jim Dunn. I'm a storyteller for Competition Plus TV.
Kenji's business was Mopar cars. He'd get the steering wheels changed over, take them back over to Tokyo and sell them there. That was his job, so he was interested in Chrysler. So he come over, I would like to race. Well, it's not that easy. He said, well, so I says, well, do you have a class? Because they opened up the drag strip after we were there. He says, yeah, I want to run alcohol. I said, okay, I'm going to sell you this alcohol car. This car here, and I'll give you some pistons. Just put it on alcohol and go race it. Okay, how much you want? I want $18,000 for it. Okay, I think about it. He comes back. He says, okay, if I bring a friend. I said, sure. He said, oh, this guy owns an Alder. He wants to look. This is an American guy. Walks around. 18, huh? I said, yep. I don't think it's worth that much. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. I said, well, you're right. I don't think so either. Well, what will you take? I said, 19. No, you said you wanted 18. I said, I did, but it was too cheap. I want 19. And Kenji goes, oh, I pay you 18. I said, you trying for 20? I told you, it's 19. Flat. I pay you. But I didn't know at that time the Japanese people liked to bargain. You know, we call it chiseling, but that's their bargaining and stuff and all that. And so I got him to drive, and he was non-automatic, very good, but he was black belt in that wooden sword where they get all suited up and they beat each other with the swords. He says, oh, Mr. Dunn, if you're slow, you hurt because they hit you hard, you know. He was black belt. So I was telling him, I says, okay, Kenji, do this and this. And he'd make a run or two and he'd change. I said, Kenji, how come you didn't do what I told you? Well, I think it's better this way. I really? I said, you're black belt, right? You had a good teacher? Oh, I had the best. I had Honorable so-and-so. Did you tell him, well, I don't want to hold the sword that way because I like it better this way? Oh, he would throw me out of the class. You call me Honorable Mr. Dunn, because next time you don't do what I want, get on the plane, go home. I understand. He follows the rules to a deal. But I says, okay, I says, you're new, but all new drivers, not just because it's Japanese. I says, go in pre-stage, but the other guy pre-stage, count 1, 2, 3, pull the visor down and stage. You're going to have to stage first because they don't know what you're going to do. I wouldn't stage before you if I was racing you. So stage, and I guarantee you within 2 seconds they'll be in the lights, you know. He goes in and he wouldn't go in. I said, slow. He started in the ending. We were at the Winter Nationals. And I went over to Oswell. I says, I can't get him to stage. I says, I tell him. I says, well, just do what you want to do. I says, he'll be right behind you. So he goes in. Oswell stage. We stage. I came back. I says, you were slow. Just to get mad because they control their tempers good. And he goes, I went in quick. I never saw him this mad. I says, no, you were slow. I was not. I was very quick. I says, he staged first. Yes, and I staged quick. I says, you're supposed to stage first. Oh, no, he has experience. It would be a disgrace for me to go in before him and say, I'm ready to race and you must wait. I said, whoa. So I told, really? I must go apologize. I said, no, they'll kill you. I'll handle it. And I went and told the guys, and they're all going, you got to be kidding me. I says, no, it would be a disgrace for him to take the honor from you to be able to stage first. And that was half a season before we got that. So is it hard to commute? Yes, it is.
Do it.
Okay, I won't do it.
Okay. Start when you're ready.
Hi, my name's Jim Dunn. I'm 84, so I can tell you a lot of good stories, and I'm telling them to you right now for, what's the name?
Competition Plus TV.
You got me laughing now. Hi, my name's Jim Dunn. I've been racing for 65 years. I got more stories than anybody, so they call me a storyteller, and I'm doing it for Parts Plus TV right now.
It will be Competition Plus TV.
No, I'm doing it for Parts Plus. Parts Plus pays me. My name's Jim Dunn. I'm here to be a storyteller, and I'm here because of Competition TV.
Plus. Let's just keep it simple. I'm Jim Dunn, and you're watching Competition Plus TV.
I'm Jim Dunn. I'm a come back tomorrow.
You get your own blooper reel.
That's right.
Okay, I'm back. It is 1:25 here, so we should have about 3.5 hours more of test time before we call it a weekend. Finally got through that Jim Dunn video. Appreciate your patience. It only took, what, 4 tries to get it done. And it looks like I'm not going to have long here. But if you have any questions or anything, you can post them on the chat, and when we get the chance, we'll try to answer them. Let's see. I know that the right side scoreboard is difficult to see. I can't see it from up here either, just because of the angle of the sun. Otherwise, I'd hook up a microphone and tell you the times, but wouldn't do either one of us any good because, just like you, I can't see them either. If you liked the Jim Dunn story, or if you liked any of the storytellers or any of the Legends videos, go to competitionplus.com and you can find all of them. I believe he has 4 or 5 seasons, maybe 6 seasons of those out there to go back and take a look at. And they're always very entertaining and sometimes very emotional. What is the cubed root of 4267? 9? Probably not. I don't know. I'll work on that. I'll get back to you. Let's see, what else have we got? Any nostalgia cars there? No nostalgia cars, although we did have a 7.0 Pro car, which runs out here on the West Coast, that ran earlier today. It was an unpainted machine, but it was 7.0. And that's really kind of the only one. We've had a couple of alcohol funny cars testing. We actually have had 4 as I recall. Doug Gordon out here with his new Beta Motorcycles machine. Annie Whiteley, who's really having trouble in that first 60 feet. She did make one nice clean pass today, but otherwise having trouble just getting off the starting line. Brian Howe is wearing out that Cascade Trailers machine out there. And then yesterday we had Jay Payne in the Thunder Slug make a couple of passes, and it looked like on the second one it broke the rear end because it was ka-clunk, ka-clunk, ka-clunk right in front of me, and it came to an immediate stop out there about 800 feet. Sounds like something testing at the oval track. Actually, I don't know that it's testing, but they do have the NASCAR experience over there where you can take hot laps in a NASCAR style car, and then the exotic cars are right up the road, and top fuelers are in the water box. So I'll be back in a minute. So where was I before I was so rudely interrupted by Brittany Force? Actually, Brittany looked like got out of the groove there just a little bit and stepped off the pedal. I don't think she broke anything, but the car drifted out towards the left wall and she clicked it. It could have been a planned shutoff, that is correct. But, you know, Dave Grubnick and that whole team, they do like to test, and you know, it's not race day. This is where you find out where the line is. Let's see, Earl Cousins, does Cruise still have Snap-on as sponsor? I have heard so, but I do not know that for sure. He is not here this weekend, and I don't believe he was at Phoenix as well. Let's see, Jeff Coron. Hey Jeff, be seeing you in D5 this year. How long will testing go? 5 o'clock is the scheduled end time, and that's when they close the lanes. There may be a car or two still in the lanes. Last night we ran till about 5:30, and that was Pacific time, so back in Central time where you're at, Jeff, it'll be about 7 to 7:30 when we'll be done. Jeff, a top dragster racer in Division 5 and Super Comp as well, as I recall. Let's see, Brian Losness. Cruz is at Phoenix, and yes, he does. Okay, good. Let's see what else we got here. Oh yes, sounds like testing something at the oval track. Like I said, the NASCAR experience is over there. You can pay to either do a ride along or pay a little more and actually get behind the wheel of a car over there. And then as you come off of I-15 to come into the drag strip side, you drive past the supercar experience, or the exotic motor car experience, where you can drive a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or something like that over there on their road course. It's there's quite a complex here of motorsports, and something to meet your fancy. I'm quite sure about that. And it looks like Mr. John Force driving down the track in front of me right now, so not sure if he's out looking for something or just doing a track inspection or waving to the 12 fans in the grandstands. Not sure. Let's see. Somebody asked, did Proc test? Yes, Austin did make at least one lap today. Hi, Dave Harada. Dave Harada, back home. It was super cool to see Dave's dad, Kenny, be inducted into the North Central Division Hall of Fame last December. And there is an upcoming documentary about Kenny Harada and the Harada family, not only the racing side of the family, but from the World War II days. You know, Kenny is 93, I believe, and he has had quite the interesting life, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that documentary when it comes out. And it's cool to have Dave and Ken and that entire team as friends of mine, and they carry the DragRacer.tv stickers on the side of that car with the most unique paint job. If you've not seen it, you should take a look at it, because every body panel is different. Every body panel on the car has a different story about a historically significant top fuel car in days gone past. And if Dave ever gets the chance to, if you get the chance to talk to Dave, he'll tell you about, You know, this section is a tribute to Corey Mack, and this section is a tribute to Big Daddy and Shirley, and all the way down the line. It's one of the coolest, most unique cars out there competing. And let's see, Brian, you're correct. We do need to see Dave Harada in a nostalgia Top Fuel car again. I hope he gets a chance to do that. Let's see. No, have not heard any times from Phoenix. Marty Thacker, we need to see you back out at the drag strip sometime soon. I know you're retired, but you can't just have quit cold turkey like that. We need to have you back out there. Did Pro Stock do any testing this weekend? The only Pro Stock teams that are here are the Quadra teams. They're starting up their own engine development program. I think that I heard, but don't quote me on this, that Nick Ferry is working with them on horsepower this year. Let's see, what do you think of the Top Fuel Suzukis and the Man Spider-Man? I love Top Fuel bikes. We don't have any of them here. I've seen that asked a couple of times. None of the Top Fuel bikes are here. Not a weather delay, just a lack of race cars delay. But that is soon to end, as I see Mr. Robert Hite coming up. That thing is like a bracket car this weekend, as he's run, I believe, 4 384s and a 383. I don't recall what he did earlier today. In fact, he may not have run earlier today. There's only been about 120 passes. It's kind of hard to keep track of all of them. So, Marty's last time out was not good. Well, the last time out in his car was not good. That is a fact. I was not there, but I heard about it, and it was just a bad deal. Just a bad deal all the way around. Brian confirms Nick Ferry is doing engines for the Quadras. I think Marty, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you came out here to either Las Vegas or Pomona and ran a car for somebody else, and that was your last appearance behind the wheel. So, I hear Robert getting ready, so we'll go back to the race cars.
My mama always said, working on Cadillacs is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You got that right. You never know what you're going to run into when you're working on Cadillacs, like this 2006 STS 4. The 4 means all-wheel drive. It's got a different suspension setup in the front end, and that means big bucks when you take it to your local Cadillac dealer. Unless you call us here at strutmasters.com. We've got an all-new 4-wheel suspension conversion kit that'll work for this STS 4 with the all-wheel drive. Don't pay thousands at your local dealer. Give us a call at 866-597-2397 and find out why we are the Cadillac suspension experts.
Okay, I'm back. Looks like we got a little break in the action here. Don't see any crews stirring around out there hooking up cars to bring them to the staging lanes. So I'm going to guess we're going to be down for a few minutes here. Let's get untangled from my mic cord here and have a seat since I've been standing for the past 3 days. Oh, that's better. Much better. Let's see. First of all, I appreciate all the thanks and all the compliments you've given me and Competition Plus over the past 3 days. Really enjoyed bringing you the show. I know we've still got approximately 2.5 hours left. I don't know how many cars we will see between now and the end of the day. And as soon as I say that, it looks like the DHL funny car is pulling up under the arch right now. So we'll have a race car here in just a minute, and they'll probably be strung out throughout the rest of the day. Let's see. I do not know who was in the unmarked, unlettered Copo. I do know that Justin Lamb, multi-time world champion in stock and super stock, has been out here testing this weekend in his Copo, the redback Copo, and then the Silver State Cobalt in super stock. Some of those sportsman cars I just don't know. Steve Will was out there. That was the top dragster that you saw, the red and black one. Steve, a heavy hitter out here on the West Coast in top dragster, and you might remember his daughter Hillary, top fuel driver. Let's see, Warren, so you're going to drive back to where? Yes, I am driving back to my home in central Illinois, Effingham, Illinois. And start out tomorrow morning and head that way. Can you explain the Copo name again? I can't remember. But it is a specially built performance car. And I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, back again. I guess I could have stayed sat down for that one, as JR just smoked the tires at the hit, coasted on through. Yeah, that is, I thought it was Chevrolet office production order, but it could be corporate office production order because there is a BOPO also, which was the Buick office production order made back in the late 60s, early 70s, something like that. Of course, the Copo and the Challenger drag pack and the Cobra Jet are factory-built hot rods that you see in the factory stock shootout category presented by samtech.edu. But it's a factory-built performance race car. 2 weeks ago I got to spend my weekend down in Houston, and if you've never seen a Dodge Demon before, well, I got to see a whole bunch of them as the Legion of Demons National Car Club was down there. 48 Dodge Demons all in one place all at the same time. Most of them were production stock. A couple of them were modified, but I do know that the factory stock record for those cars, which means it's got a FCA tune-up in it, and it comes with either the Nitro or the Mickey Thompson tires, but otherwise no modifications. It was reset 5 times during that weekend and went as quick as a 950 with a 4 at 136 miles an hour. Now think about that. That is getting with it for a true production, call your Dodge dealer and buy one car. So they were showing off a Copo with batteries last year. Yeah, the Hancock and Lane team was building an electric Copo, and that, you're right, Rick and Barstow, that thing got with the program. Yeah, they ran in the 9s with the front end in the air. I'm not sure how they did that weight transfer because, you know, most of that, you know, that electric motor and all that was pretty much in the middle of the car or towards the front, so it was quite an accomplishment to get all that weight transfer done and get the wheels up in the air in that car. So, in any case, not sure if I'm seeing anybody else move around out there yet. Doesn't appear to be. So I'll take this opportunity to run a couple of commercials and maybe throw in another storyteller's show if we can. And if you need anything, just put it in the chat and we'll see if we can respond. Thanks for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Oh, there was one other thing I saw in there where you asked Competition Plus when the next live feed would be. I don't know when Bobby's going to do another live feed on competitionplus.com, but I can tell you for myself, Drag Racer TV, my next one will be the divisional race at South Georgia Motorsports Park in 2 weeks, and that's when the divisional racing starts, and you can find that by getting to a link on Competition Plus. So hope you tune in and enjoy that and everything else that's on that schedule. My website is dragracer.tv, and that's the channel you can go to on YouTube and find all of my productions, not only for this coming season but the archives from last year as well. So, and with that, I hear one lighting up.
Competition Plus is your go-to source for the latest in drag racing news. For over 20 years, CompetitionPlus.com has provided news you can trust, thoroughly researched and delivered as quick and fast as it can be uploaded. Whether it's Nitro or stock, drag radial or pro modified, our writers are trained to bring you the inside story time and time again. We have it all from in-depth news articles to the latest in high-performance products to the scuttlebutt making its way around the pits. Original video content from the stars in drag racing also makes CompetitionPlus.com the ultimate one-stop shop for die-hard drag racing fans. Don't make CompetitionPlus.com your only stop on the information superhighway. Make it your first. For news you can trust and have trusted for 20 years, visit CompetitionPlus.com. Be sure to download our mobile app. It's a free download on the Apple Store and Google Play. This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
Yeah, the monkey story it's all true. I mean, it was no flim flam, no nothing there. I mean, there's plenty of people who went to high school with me knew. Maybe they should call me a bully now a little bit. You know, I'm getting old enough to realize not. I try to talk it out anymore, and I still ain't. Anybody knows me, I still probably would fight you to flip of a hat, and I shouldn't. I know I'm not probably a fighter no more. I shouldn't be a lover. But anyway.
Well, Nancy says you're pretty good now.
Yeah. But anyway, in high school, you know, I was athlete of the year my senior year. I was voted most valuable player in my football team, and blah blah blah. But with the little fair around here in town, they had a little fair come around here in the fairground in the baseball field here in King for years. We'd go, and it got to about the last, I guess my junior year, maybe even my sophomore year. 2 years there, we went to it. And they had this little chimpanzee, I guess it was, or monkey. He's about that tall. He wasn't standing straight up. He wasn't 3 foot tall. And you put you in this cage. It had rebar in it. Looked like a jail cell, but it was a trailer, enclosed trailer. And people stood on each side of it and watched you fight this monkey. And if you could beat the monkey, then I think you got $25. You had to pay $5 to go in, and you could win $25. We watched it a couple of years there, you know, as I was coming through high school. About everybody get in there then, I thought they was old. They was 25, 28 years old back then. And a lot of them were just drunk. They were just some redneck shit like I grew up to be. But they were drunk and a skunk when they get in that cage. I said, guys, if they wouldn't get in there drunk, I know some of them guys are mean and crap. Now, they'd beat that monkey. But they'd always get in there drunk. So they all talked me into high school my senior year to do it. I said, all right, I'm going to fight that monkey this year. So we ended up doing it. And they put this old helmet on you that they wore back in the 40s playing football. It was just a leather, brown-looking leather helmet. No face mask, none of that bull crap. You know.
That was Roy Hill's old racing helmet.
Yeah, probably one of Roy's old racing helmets. But I get in, you know, they talked me into it, so I paid my $5. And I go up there and I ain't got nothing on but an old T-shirt. Go in there and get in that cage rat monkey. And I was a wrestler then, and I wrestled and done good in wrestling. So I figured I'm gonna get a hold of him to start with, and I'm gonna pin him. So he's jumping around this and that, and he's got a hold of the top bars, and I'm around there trying to get a hold of him. I got a hold of him. When I got a hold of him, I was going down with him to body slam him. And as I went down with him, get in that cage rat monkey. And I was a wrestler then, and I wrestled and done good in wrestling. So I figured I'm gonna get a hold of him to start with, and I'm gonna pin him. So he's jumping around this and that, and he's got a hold of the top bars, and I'm around there trying to get a hold of him. I got a hold of him. When I got a hold of him, I was going down with him to body slam him. And as I went down with him to body slam him, somehow or another, he just squirted out of my arms like a piece of chewing gum. So he just squirted out, and I hit the floor, basically, and he's gone. I mean, I just smacked the floor right flat on my face and belly, and I jumped back up, you know. I'm looking around, he's over there jumping around, this monkey is, you know, squealing a little bit, you know. I kind of hurt him a little bit, I guess, because I throwed him down. He must have hit the floor a little wrong, but that pissed him off. Well, he's going from one side of this cage to the other with just both hands. And he'd touch the cage bars and he'd push off. And then he'd go over here and he'd push off. Well, I got cute. I got down here low with him. I get in that low deal with him, and I'm eyeball to eyeball with him, and he's going over here and he's pushing off. So I get a hold to the rebar and I push off, and I'm acting just like this monkey, which I probably was a monkey then. So he comes off, and I remember exactly. We go to this side, second time or so, and we go over here to this side. And when that guy, that little old monkey, we wasn't 3 foot apart. When he come off of that cage, it was like it was slow motion. He come off of that cage, and I could see it all. For however reason, he done it. That's an animal, can do whatever. But them hands come off that cage, and when them hands come off, both of them feet come up. He hit me. I seen everything like it was in slow motion. Them hands and feet hit me right here. Knocked me back probably about 4 feet back here, and I was dead against that old steel cage back here. It wasn't bar back there, it was just a flat metal. I hit that thing, and my head hit that bar, and I mean, I played football, I've been in fights. I've never seen stars, and just, I don't know, it was stars, and it was like half moons. It was just everything in front of my eyes. I knew I was hurt, but at that time, I was just mean enough to know I was still alive, and I was going after him again. So just as I was kind of shook my old head a couple times and got off the wall, I'm starting to go after him again, and luckily the guy that run the thing reached in there and grabbed around me and pulled me back, got me out of the cage, because probably that monkey was probably fixing to hurt me. And I will say after that, I poured concrete with my uncle back in on Saturdays. I always rolled a wheelbar on Saturdays, rolling wheelbar. We didn't have no motorized wheelbars then. You had to roll it by hand. Follow them little old 2x6 planks, you know, through the mud. You know, that's what I loved that, because that's what built my muscles up, my leg muscles, my arm muscles. It was good weight training for me to balance a wheelbar with cement in it, rolling on Saturdays. I done that on Saturdays, and you had to get up every morning about 5 and go get started. I knew that night when I left there, I was sober. I went in that cage just sober. I hadn't had nothing to drink, and I wasn't but 18 years old. Wasn't probably supposed to be drinking like the rest of them. But by midnight, I was drunk. Luckily, I didn't get sick drunk, because I knew I had to get up and go to work the next morning. So I woke up the next morning. I kind of went to bed that night. I was pretty much not feeling no pain. I knew my jaw was tightening up, but when I laid down and slept for about 5 hours and got up, when I woke up, I couldn't move my jaw. I couldn't talk. Couldn't open my mouth. It scared me. So I went in and took my shower right quick, and I brushed my teeth. I couldn't get my mouth apart. It was just like, couldn't get it apart. So I brushed my teeth, spit the water out, and got some water in, and got done. And I knew my mama. We used to raise some pigs in. We always had. She knew I loved country ham biscuits, and I done smelt that country ham cooking. I knew she'd done had me my breakfast. She always put in a little old brown paper bag about that tall on the table. And when I'd go out, that's what I'd have every day to eat for breakfast that morning, going to the job for pour concrete. And there wasn't but one bathroom in our house at that time, and it was close to my bedroom. As soon as I heard her go in that bathroom, close that door, man, I went out my door, I grabbed that bag all in one motion, and I hit the gone, went down to the cement plant, met up with everybody. We had some guys that worked for us back in, our board did it, poured concrete with us, and I had to give my country ham biscuits to them guys that morning for breakfast, and that was the worst. That was a pretty bad deal, but I got through it and had to come home. The biggest thing was I had to come home and face my mama that evening about 3 or 4 o'clock and tell her. I couldn't tell her. I kind of had to just mumble it out. Boyd and them knew something. I explained to them kind of what had happened. But she ended up taking me to the doctor, and I had a cracked jaw and sucked through a daggone straw for almost a week before I could really kind of get myself where I could chew again. But that monkey, cracked my jaw, and one thing about it, you don't need to fool with them monkeys. They'll get you.
This episode of Storytellers is brought to you by these fine companies.
Hi, I'm Kenny Bernstein, and you're watching Storytellers at Competition Plus TV. This is a good one. So I've said Dale was a real thinker and always trying to be ahead of the game. So he comes up with this great idea to build a dyno that will hold the power of a nitromethane engine. I said, you've got to be kidding. He said, yeah, we'll go put it out in the desert. We'll put it up it'll be up on a moving trailer, and we'll pull it out there and do all the noise making way out there. And I said, what kind of money are we talking about here? He says, man, probably $300,000 or $400,000. I says, $300,000 or $400,000 to what? To go out into the desert for $300,000 or $400,000? Come on, Dale, really? He said, oh man, this will put us way ahead of everybody. I said, can you figure out a way that we can do it in the shop some way, somehow? So he starts researching everything, and he comes back in 2 or 3 weeks later. He says, well, we can't run it on nitro anyway. He said, there's no way. He said, we run it on alcohol though. And he said, that'll be a lot quieter. But he said, I've researched this thing, and we can do it right here in the shop. It'll still cost about the same money, but the mufflers will be gigantic, and they'll have to go up through the roof, and they will be monsters. You won't believe how big they are. And they were, I don't know, 30 feet tall and all muffler. I mean, just think of a muffler 30 feet long, okay, up through the roof. So he builds this thing, and I mean, it gets done. And so he's got the alcohol motor on it, and so he's running it, and he runs it a few times, off and on, whatever. And then this is how Dale operated. It didn't prove to be as good as he thought it would be for the knowledge they would give him. Like, he wanted to put different heads on and see if there was more power, different camshafts, see if there was more power, different supercharger and all this. And it really didn't show much there. It didn't do a whole lot for him, Remember now, these things would run. He'd open it up wide open for 7 seconds, 4 seconds, 5, whatever, and then shut it down. And it was loud as can be, no matter how big the mufflers were. Anyway, he then gets into it. He said, well, we'll start burning the disc in. Remember how we burned the disc in? We used to hold the brakes, and they still do that a little bit, but not so much anymore. So he said, if I can burn the disc in here and save us a lot of time and money at the racetrack on nitromethane. I said, oh great, I can recover some of my $400,000 for the dyno that's not being used. So I said, okay, dude, that's fine, good. So I'm out of town, and I'm doing something on the NASCAR side. And all of a sudden I get a call from Christine in the office, and so she says, she was panicking. She says, I don't know, something blew up. And I said, what are you talking about? What had happened was, Dale was in the back. He had the doors open so the fumes could get out. And he was running the dyno on alcohol and burning in some clutch disc. And some guy was with him. I don't even know who was there. And he pulls the deal. Well, the alcohol motor backfires and explodes the blower. And it goes off just like it does at a racetrack. It sounds like a bomb went off, right? And all these fumes are going in there and everything. And the doors were closed at that time, so he opens up all the doors. So he and the buddy, they don't say anything to Christine. She's in the office. She just knows something blew up. They decide to go to lunch. So they walk out and go to lunch, and here comes the fire trucks and the police. About 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, run into our place wanting to know. The guy next door who we're butted up against thought everybody was dead inside the building. He called the police department, the fire department, and they come running. And I mean, the world ended at that stage of the game. And I go, Dale, why didn't you stay there? He says, well, I was going to let it air out and just go get something to eat and then come back and fix the motor and go from there. So that's Dale. I mean, that's how it happened. That's exactly what took place. One other quick story about the dyno, and then this was the last one. Up on top of the roof, on top of the mufflers, we put 2 gigantic pieces of steel to keep the weather from coming in down the mufflers, okay? You just sit it up on top. Well, you have to go up there and take those off, obviously, before you start this thing up, right? So all of a sudden, one day, he starts it up, and a big boom goes. Not a blow-up boom, but a big boom went. He had forgotten to take off those 2 gigantic steel round figures that weighed a ton. Sent one of them straight up in the air. It came down and went through the roof right down into Christine's office in front of her. Would have killed her. would have just wiped her out. The other one, I don't know where it went. I have no idea. I mean, I said, Dale, we're going to kill somebody here. We blow up. We got the cops in the fire trucks here, and now we almost killed our secretary. I said, you got to do a better job at this, buddy. This isn't working. That's the story of our dyno, and then it set me down.
Competition Plus is your go-to source for the latest in drag racing news. For over 20 years, CompetitionPlus.com has provided news you can trust, thoroughly researched and delivered as quick and fast as it can be uploaded. Whether it's Nitro or stock, drag radial or pro modified, our writers are trained to bring you the inside story time and time again. We have it all from in-depth news articles to the latest in high-performance products to the scuttlebutt making its way around the pits. Original video content from the stars in drag racing also makes CompetitionPlus.com the ultimate one-stop shop for die-hard drag racing fans. Don't make CompetitionPlus.com your only stop on the information superhighway. Make it your first. For news you can trust and have trusted for 20 years, visit CompetitionPlus.com. Be sure to download our mobile app. It's a free download on the Apple Store and Google Play.